Hi, Papaya. How are we all doing today? What do you mean? What do you mean you're expecting vampires? Vampire, Yuri? What do you mean? We're here to play a lovely game called Serre, I think. I don't know how to pronounce this game. They told me how. Pronounce like Serre. Serre. I'm gonna say Serre, because I'm dumb. We're here to play the lovely game Serre by the amazing people at Insert Disc 5. Hit makers of other games such as... I don't remember the off my head because I'm dumb. Such as Instars and Time, which I heard is a really good game. I haven't just played that game, but I heard it's really good, and like... Nod its head, nod its head, nod its head. I was gratefully, and also gracefully, delivered a Steam key to play this game for free, to review it. But you can get the game if you want. The link I have pinned up there. What's that link over there? It's on Steam. It's a lovely game. And, it has a art book and soundtrack. And that it is very cool. The art book is very cool and has concept art and funny comics. Sorry, I had that joke fucking planned for so long. I was like, oh yes. This game has a art book that is very cool. It has concept art and funny comics. But yeah, this art book has lovely drawings, some concept arts from the game, which I've seen a bit. I've seen a few on the store page, and it looks really nice. Looks really cute and adorable. I'm excited to play this game. I have seen some screenshots here and there from the dev. I am also several days late, like 5 days late, because the game came out on the 15th, I believe. Yeah, the 15th. But I was busy all the week coming up, and I want to do Saturday, Sunday. And yeah, that's why we're here today, playing Serre. For Sonic Sunday, I'm moving aside to the title. Look, Serre. It is about a it is alien B Yuri, and this game features Achlet, an awkward girl who likes plants more than other people, which I think is a big move. People are scary and annoying. People are indeed fucking bothersome. Oxa, a bee alien conqueror of planets, who's not very good at it. But she's really adorable. Look at her. What a pretty lady. Also, don't forget, guys, your choices do not matter. Your choices do not matter. The story will be the same anyway. Your choices don't fucking matter, guys. You will not make an impact on the world. Well, I was thinking, you have to ask about the game? No. You. Your choices. You and your choices don't affect life. I'm making shitty jokes, but, you know, I love it. It's great. Ooh. Oh, interesting. I'm looking at the page right now about Serre, and apparently it was... Hi, Kimmy! Welcome. Oh, this game was first released in 2017 and was available for first time on Steam in 2025 now. It was created during a Yuri Game Jam. Ooh. Love us have some of the Yuri Game Jams. 2-month Game Jam all around creating a Yuri game. Ooh. Fun. I guess it's not really a new release, but you know, it's released on Steam. Again, you can go check the game out yourself using the link I have pinned up there. And I'm excited to play this game where we play as Achlet, the adorable. Look at her. Look how cute she is. And we had romance the cute bee alien. And we're probably gonna go back to playing more of the Vampire Yuri after this, but yeah, look at how adorable they are. But yeah, don't forget, guys, your choices do not matter. Your choices do not matter. The story won't be the same anyway. Yippee. Ayo? 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 Chapter... Calm down and drink tea with an alien. Chapter 1. Ooh, what, ooh, ayo. What a spicy opening. Cute. So? You call this liquid... tea? The alien is holding a little teacup in their big hands. It looks kind of comical. They're so big it feels like they could crush it, and me, without a thought, if they wanted. My heart is still pounding. I have an alien in my greenhouse. And but she's really cute though. She's really cute though. She's really cute though, so like I think it's fine, you know? It's fine, she's cute, you know? Tea? What a cute duty. I can't believe my answer to an alien looming threateningly over me is to ask them if they want to have some tea. Hi, Possum! Welcome! It's Women and a Bee and Alien Beery! Again, I'd like to remind you all that this game has a art book, is very cool, and has concept art and funny comics. Don't forget, guys, this game is available on Steam, as well as the art book and the soundtrack. The art book is very cool and has concept art and funny comics. Wow, 200 streams, fucking wild. 200 streams on the lesbian bee visual novel. Lesbian alien bee visual novel. Wild. But yeah. Exciting. Yuri, Sapphic Sunday, 200 stream streak, where your choices do not matter. Sorry, I'm just loving the I'm loving the silliness of these of the press kit for this game. The art book is very cool and has concept art and funny comics. You can find the funny comics on Steam using the link I pinned in chat. It's in the art book, which is cool concept. Sorry, I'm gonna stop this joke of me reading the fucking email over and over. I mean, I'm not reading the email word for word, kind of. No, I'm not doing that. What do you mean? What do you mean? I'm not doing. I'm not looking at the press kit of the game. No, I'm not doing that. No, what do you mean? Why would I be looking at the press kit that has features that? What do you mean? What do you mean? I'm not looking at the press kit that says that Arlette is an awkward girl who likes plants more than other people on oxygen. And no exercise and beyond conquer passage who's not gonna drive me. That's choices don't matter. Anyways, don't forget, guys. Your choices do not matter. This story won't be the same anyway. Yippee! Give me a second. Let me go. Give me a second. Where did I post? Let me go. Give me a second. Give me a second. This is very important. This is very important. Give me a second. This is very important. It's so important, guys. Don't worry. Very important. Very important. Give me a second. Give me a minute. There we go. There we go. Don't forget, guys. Don't forget, guys. Your choices do not matter. Don't forget, guys, that your choices do not matter. Your choices do not matter. Sorry, but the same anyway. I find this way too entertaining. This should not be as funny as it is. I should not find this as funny as I do. Anyway. Get the game. Go play the game. It's on Steam. Pinned link. Hell yeah. Or if you're watching the VOD for some reason, hi VOD watchers. The game is in the link in the description. Anyways. Keep my answer to an alien leaning threateningly over me is to ask them if they want to see some tea. I guess I should be grateful this alien is a polite one. This is tea. Yes. It's a very nice drink. Have you had it before? Drink? A liquid that goes in your mouths? In our mouths? Mouth. That opening you have on your face? I'm afraid I'm lacking such a feature. The alien is indeed lacking such a feature. How could you have made such a rookie mistake? Oh, Arlette. You're so useless. You gave the mouthless alien some tea. What is wrong with you? But I can smell things, though. This tea smells very nice. Like a calm, relaxing day. I like it a lot. You do? Also, oh, the animations are cute. I'm gonna say that again. Look at that! She's so cute. Look at these little goobers. Look at them. So cute. So cute. I like it. No, they're so cute. I like it. Little beans. They're little beans. I'm very glad you think so. I picked the, chamomile tea. I picked the chamomile tea. This tea is made from... Wait, what? I picked the chamomile. This tea is made for myself. I do find it very soothing as well. And, well, I thought soothing was something I could use right now. Right about now. Oh, of course. Oh no. The conversation is stalled. Oh, little scratch. Little scratching. Little scratch. Oh my god. Adorable. You do not want a conversation with an alien with hands as big as your body to stall, Arlette. Say something. Nice weather having today. Would you like some more tea? Are you gonna kill me? Nice weather having today. Oh, you're right. You're right. It is very nice. This is a 2-week Yuri Game Jam game. There will be typos. This was made in 2017 for a 2-month Yuri Game Jam. Small typos are fine. Right. Nice job, Arlette. Oh, Almighty Empire, forgive me. I seem to have forgotten to introduce myself. They inhaled sharply. Ahem. Salutations, alien life form with 2 eyes, with only 2 eyes. I am the second daughter of the Grand Commander. Orxa. In the name of the Empire and the Grand Commander herself, I have come here alone on a quest to conquer your planet. Maybe you mated. Alexa? Ah, so this is a lady alien. Lovely. Head empty. Only Yuri thoughts in my head. Oh my god. Phew. I have gotten it all out. Wow. Wow? An expression of amazement. That was quite an unexpected speech. It was? I'm sorry. I probably said it very fast because I was afraid I would make mistakes while saying it. But I did not. This only bodes well for this mission. Congratulations on getting it all out. Thank you. I'm so glad I managed to say it all. I was afraid this mission was going to be hard, but your planet is a lot smaller than I thought. It is? Yes. Planets are usually very big. So big, it would take months to explore it all. But I can go from one end of your planet to the other in only a few steps. Lisa stands up and walks from one end of this greenhouse to the other. She turns back to look at me a few times as I say, See? See how small it is? Her head bumps against quite a few tall plants while she does so, but she doesn't seem to mind. See? Only a few steps. I think she minded a little. Your planet is such an anomaly. With how small it is. It must be why the Grand Commander made it my very first mission. Your planet is so small. It'll be easy to conquer. I need time to process this. She's here to conquer my planet? My small planet? We have time to understand what's going on. Alexa speaks up again. So, is it only you living here? Yes. Right now, yes, only me. Then are you surrendering? I have a ship, and a weapon, and my claws are very sharp. I could hurt you, if I wanted. But I'd like to conquer your planet peacefully, if I am able. You gave me some tea that smells like a quiet day. I do not want to hurt you. But if you don't surrender, I will. But I do not want to. I surrender? You do? Yes, I do. Hot. Then, her eyes lit up. They just conquered your planet? Yes. You sure did. Oh! So. I did it! Oh, Grand Commander will be proud. She might even look at me and tell me I did a good job. Wow! Congratulations. Thank you. Wow! Chapter 2. So, and life form Arlette. It turns out I cannot actually leave until my ship is repaired. I look over at her ship. It looks fine to me. But crashing on the glass ceiling and into solid ground must have done some damage to it. Some panels in her ship are urgently flashing, which probably means, pay attention to me. I am not working correctly. It's mostly the communicator that's broken, I think. I cannot manage to get in contact. That's wrong voice. It's mostly the communicator that's broken, I think. I cannot manage to get in contact with the Empire. It's also like the signal is jammed. Or like it is ringing, but no one is answering. I think something must be wrong with it. So, well, alien life form Arlette? Yes, alien life form Alexa? As you have been conquered, would it be an inconvenience if I stayed on your planet until I can manage to repair my ship? It is not a problem at all. Feel free to take as long as you need. I have not really talked to people in some time. I'll be glad to have some nice company for a change. I'm happy to hear it. That you do not mind me saying. No, that you have not... That you do not mind me staying. Not that you have not had nice company in a long time. Someone like you should have nice company with her, always. I hope I am up to the challenge. Alexa turns around to work on the ship, which is perfectly timing because I can feel myself blushing. Why? Because she's hot? Because Alexa's hot and tall and will step on you? And can hold you and give you uppies? Very valid reasons to blush. Very valid reasons to reasons to blush. One bear to hold you at night. Jeez, you're so gross, Arlette. You're so gross, Arlette. She's fucking hot and she keeps tinkering with her ship for a minute, pressing small buttons and typing things on the monitor. I'm actually impressed her big hands can handle such delicate work. I should hold a teacup without breaking it, after all. There. I fixed the worst of it. Now the ship should repair itself. I'm sure you must have questions. Don't hesitate to ask me anything. Ask her anything. Huh. So you're an alien? What will your ship be fixed? Why do you have 6 eyes? Why do you have 6 eyes? Like, does your whole species have 6 eyes? 6 eyes? Why? Do you see better with six of them? What is the reason for it? I do not know. Why do you have 2 eyes? Okay, fair. Sorry, I was just thinking aloud. And how are you speaking to me? Even though you don't have a mouth. Oh, that one is easy. We make an electric signal that is sent directly to your brain. So, telepathy? Neat. You have a telepathic alien in your home, an alien that can access your brain. Oh god. Has she been able to read my mind this whole time? Oh, of course not. Oh my god, just read my mind. I did not. I would never. You just, well, tend to say things out loud sometimes. Things that I don't think you always mean for me to hear. No. Oh. Lexi giggles. Everybody goes into my stupid brain. You've been doing that now and then. I thought it was one of those alien customs, so I did not mention it. But yes, you do that. Stupid brain. Wait. So how are we understanding each other? Do you speak the same language I do? No. I have this. Also shows a little pendant that sits by the fluff around her neck. Oh, I got boobs. This little thing is a translator. It picks up what I am sending to you and translates it into a language you can understand. And the reverse is also true. This is how we are talking to each other. Man, my telepathy is fucking up. My telepathy is getting what I believe you alien life forms call tongue-tied. So if I turn it off, she presses something on the pendant. And finally, I hear Urcha's true voice. It's like a steady buzzing sound. But now and then, I can hear slight changes in the tone. It feels like a mix between a bee and the low hum of a machine. It is not unpleasant. But yes, I can't really understand her at all. I wonder what you're saying. Hope not anything bad. It wouldn't be the first time people said bad things about me to my face. From you, I feel a little betrayed. Oh, gee, oh gosh. I hope the deadly alien with the deadly claws and pretty glowing eyes isn't anything mean about me. Priorities, Arlette. Lisa sighs and closes her eyes slowly. She looks like how I look after eating a delicious cake. She press something on the pendant and lights up again. I knew it. Your voice is as lovely as you are. What? Your voice through the translator was already wonderful, but hearing your true voice, it feels like a song, like the sound that the sea makes at night. It is enchanting. I could listen to you talk forever. What? She's gay. Gay. We'll just find a short DM real quick. We're good. Anyway, from Arlette. You look upset. Are you? Starting a retreat? Huh? I'm going. It's been a blast, but I have to retreat for the day. Retire for the day. I'm going to sleep. Good night. I will. See you tomorrow. Understood. I shall stay right here and try to fix my communicator and wait for you to return. Until we meet again in a life from Arlette. Yes. Until we meet again in a life from Alexa. Chapter 3. This is cute. It's so cute. She's so girl fail coded. Oh my god. She's so cute, girl fail. You're so girlfriend. Oh my god. Don't forget, guys. Your choices do not matter. Your choices do not matter. The story will be the same anyway. This is like a favorite fucking favorite thing from this VN. I think that's my favorite. My new favorite thing from a VN. I've just joined. Also, this is another very good thing. This is also a very funny VN thing, but that's different. This is different. That's for a different reason. I like that for a different reason. It's just funny memes. I'm a big enjoyer of visual memes, and that is a great one. That is a lovely visual meme. Heroes don't matter. Heroes do not matter. The story will be the same anyway. Yippee! Yippee! I think yippee gets me every time. Chris Stretch Blossom. And hydrate. But don't forget possum. Your choices do not matter. Yippee! And what is this one? Oh my god, they're so gay. It's been going on for the entire day. When I woke up around noon, Wixa had already been looking at the different flowers in the greenhouse. When she saw me coming in, she ran, pointing at my chamomile, saying, "This smells just like your tea." After explaining that, yes, that is what tea is made of, she started pointing at various flowers and asking me about them. She seems fascinated by any story or tidbit I can tell her. It's the first time someone is interested in my vast flower knowledge. Oh, well, this one is easy. That's a rose. And what does it mean? Love, beauty, pretty much only good things. Sometimes we put them where someone died to show we liked them a lot. Oh, we have something similar on my planet. When someone dies and we are sad, we put red rocks everywhere this person liked to be, to show them they are still part of our world. That's a very nice custom, actually. Yes, I've put a lot of them myself. Oh. Before I have time to point to this one, she swirls around and points at another flower. And what does about this one? Oh, this? This is a narcissist. It's a sign of vanity. It's a story about a man who looked at his reflection for so long. He became this flower. Why would you do that? Do what? Look at himself for so long. Did he look weird? I mean, weirder than usual for your species. Do I look weird? You look very nice. Aren't you the only one of my species you've met? You look weirdly nice. You are the nicest looking alien with 2 eyes I have ever met in life form Arlette. See? You look weirdly nice too. For an alien with 6 eyes. She beams like I couldn't have paid her a better compliment. Her 6 eyes sparkle like gems. I'll look away before she catches me staring. Anyway, Narcissus looked, very, very nice. The nicest. He thought he looked so nice he couldn't stop looking at himself, so the gods punished his vanity, and he became a flower. Really? Wow! The plant stories you have told me are so interesting. She turns and looks at me excitedly, tapping her big hands on the floor. And you know so much about plants. Your planet has some as well. but aren't in as my plant has some as well, but aren't in as many species as you have here. For you to know so much and to be able to take care of all of them is truly amazing. Oh, I thank you for saying so. I really don't think it's that impressive though. Thank you for saying so. I really don't think that's that impressive though. I like to take care of them and to watch them grow. It's the only thing I know how to do well. It's easy to do. After all, plants don't talk back. Plants don't call you names. Plants don't whisper behind your back that you're gross and a weirdo and a liar and that no one will ever want you around. Plants always want me around. And that's because I keep them alive. I want you around. I sure hope I didn't say any of that around. Oh my god. Oh no. Oh god. Oh, beans, I think I did. I want you around, Arlette. You teach me things about all kinds of plants. And you are nice. And you gave me very nice smelling tea. And I see the way you look at the plants. And I see how much you love them. And you are good, Arlette. You are good. You are so, so good. Please stop saying those things about yourself. Alright. Kiss her! Kiss her! Kiss her! Kiss her on her eyes and mouth! Do it! They went in for a hug. No! Tragic. Fucking tragic. Alexa most likely unaware of what a kiss even is, and account for not having a mouth, bypasses my mouth and presses her face into my neck. It feels like being hugged by your favorite teddy bear. The one that you always had with you when you were a kid. That knows all your secrets, all your worries, and accepts you always. This is very nice, but... I tap her arm gently. It feels like touching a warm, fuzzy stone. Alexa? Thank you, but you can let me go now. I'm okay. Alexa doesn't let me go. In fact, she hugs me and presses me against her, and starts nuzzling me. She feels so warm and so... there. I wish I could enjoy being hugged by a nice lady, but... Your fur is tickling me, and it is unbearable. I start laughing uncontrollably. Tickling. You're tickling me. I don't know what that means, but if it is an alien word for holding you tight, then yes, I am tickling you. Please feel free to hug me. Hug me till you feel soothed and happy. Rest assured, I will not let you go. You have my support. And there it is. This is how I die. Not by being killed by a murderous alien, by getting hugged to death by one. I'm laughing so hard. I think I snorted a little. Scratch that. I snorted really loud. Hear me laugh so heartily. Alexa gasps and stands back, suddenly, still holding me. Finally, Arlette. Hmm? You laughed. Alexa, was your goal all along? You terrible alien. Conquering my planet wasn't enough? You had to get me to snort and laugh like an idiot as well? Alexa giggles. I can feel the rumbling of her laugh from where she's holding me. Yes, and what a beautiful laugh it was. As graceful and delicate as yourself. God, she probably means it too. A weak sign her laugh. Eric see me laugh, holding onto each other. I feel a laugh inside my head, a buzzing, filling me with warmth. I can't remember the last time I've laughed this much. After a while, we start calming down and just look at each other. Arlette. Chapter 4. Alexa's ship is ringing. Ace's strident, awful noise. Don't you wish she could ignore her? But it would never let go. Her communicator? I thought it was broken. I feel Rick's arm shaking. Whoever it is, it must not be lying about something good. Who is calling her? Alexa picks up. Grand Commander? The Grand Commander. Alexa's mother? Why would she be calling? Alexa's usual loud buzzing noise is now reduced to a hesitant whisper. She's too far away for me to figure out what she's saying. I can't, but... Somehow, I don't think the Grand Commander is calling to congratulate Alexa. Wait! Grand Commander! It looks like the Grand Commander hung up abruptly. What happened? Alexa jerks and looks around like she's looking for something. Gaze falls upon one of the greenhouse walls and her eyes grow wide. Starts running to it. The wall of the greenhouse, like all walls here, is covered in various plants, making anything other than the sky impossible to see. Alexa takes the plants in front of her and shoves them away, clearing a path. I realize what she wants to do immediately. I start running after her. If I get there before I can, Alexa grips one last plant and throws it aside the curtain, exposing a clear glass wall. And what's beyond it? A sight I am very used to. Lights as far as the eye can see. From houses, cars, streets, a city, an entire world. I knew I couldn't hide it forever. The greenhouse is in the middle of the city after all. It's actually quite impressive she didn't notice this long. How? Arlette, did you build all this? No, you could not have. This is too grand a scale. You... Oh, Empire, protect me. This is Earth, isn't it? Oh. Oh no. Mother sent me on Earth to die. But this planet was supposed to be very small. What? Arlette? You lied to me? You said you were the only one on your planet. Alexa sighs. I guess I should not be surprised. The Grand Commander always said humans were unpredictable and ruthless. They do not hesitate to destroy other lives for their own good, for their own gain. It is not surprising you would. Humans? Ruthless? Yes, I know for a fact they are. But to remind you, the one who brought you here was not a human, but a member of your own species? So what? You think your species has the moral high ground here? Oh, yes. You're so noble coming here to conquer planets peacefully. A true hero. But your mother sent you here on a planet full of ruthless creatures. So you could get killed. She did it, like it was nothing. You're so naive. I'm sure it was so easy for her. Alexa, my dear daughter, second in line to the throne or whatever, go forth and finish his mission, and you shall be rewarded with my unconditional love. And so you went, all happy, ready to make your mother proud, and then got lied to by a terrible, disgusting human. What would you think? All I had to do was act all meek and soft and agree with you, and you came on your own conclusion. All this time, you thought your mother sent you on an easy mission, and read that you were sent here to die. Wow. Look at you. You're pathetic. I know. What is all that? Just learned her own mother was trying to kill her. For God's sake. Why did I have to say all those things? It's not like saying all those things made you feel better, Arlette. It never does. You know that. You're dumping all your rage and frustration on someone who doesn't deserve it. I guess you should be happy that this time your words actually had an unexpected effect and hurt someone. Huh? Oh, Arlette, you goddamn idiot. You're pathetic one. You're not pathetic. Oh God, Alexa, I'm so sorry. You're sorry? For what? Oh no! Wasn't I smelling tea you gave me this morning actually human poison gas? Is this how I die? What? No! It was just jasmine tea. It's good for reducing stress and to help you with a stronger immune system. Reducing stress? Amazing. Yes, it's very nice. I'm sure you'd like a cup right now. Stupid. Anyway, I just meant not telling you. You're lying to you. Anyway, I just meant for not telling you. For lying to you. I need to apologize to you as well, Arlette. Huh? I did not realize how my actions made you feel. I conquered your home, and then made myself stay. And even if I did not mean for your actions to be seen as threatening. I am sure were scared of me. I am sorry I made you feel unsafe. No. You don't need to apologize. You really don't. That, if I may say. Why did you lie? I didn't want you to die. I was scared of you to attack Earth. You're an alien, after all. There are hundreds of movies about this. Movies? Stories about aliens attacking Earth and killing us all. Why am I even pinged here? What is this reason? Oh, okay. Well, apparently aliens are scared of us. Because we're ruthless. I can understand that. Better than most people. I understand. You do? Yes. Even though I do not think you like... I don't think you like the people on your planet very well. Very much. You still wanted them to be safe. It is admirable. Not really. For what will you do now? I do not know. If I knew, I would succeed. I think I would run. Run so far, the Empire would never find me. A new planet to stay on? Yes. One with a little house, and lots of sun, and a little bit of wind. It's surrounded by flowers, so it'd smell good for you. I would love that! A little house surrounded by all kinds of plants. Not that I would know how to take care of them, like you do, but... Maybe if I knew an alien who knows how to take care of plants. Yes, someone who knows which plant needs sun, which one needs shade. Someone who would be able to tell me which ones smell good, and what they are all used for. And after we were done planting them all, we'd have tea of the ones we planted. Like chamomile tea? Or any tea at all. I found some plants in your greenhouse I also really liked the smell of. Can you make mint tea? Yes, it can be made with a little bit of lemon, and just tastes delicious. Tea? Mint? Do I hear some...
Lemon and mint water? I can't believe you remembered that. Lemon.
No, I said lemon and mint. It's mint water, mint tea, and lemon. It's...
Lemon and mint water?
Pasta.
I can't believe you remembered that.
Cucumber mint is not Sarah. Hannah's and Summer's. Strawberry mint is Izzy. Lemon and mint water is Quinn's. We're talking about mint teas with lemon. Smells delicious too. So you have mint tea together? Yes. Sitting side by side, outside our little home, our arms touching. Both of us holding little cups, steaming with hot tea. The wind would blow softly, and would bring the smell everywhere. We looked at the stars, trying to find patterns between them. Forgetting about anyone else. And it would be just us. Together. I can see it. It sounds very nice. Yes, I'm sure it would be. But it is just a fantasy. Vampire. Mother will be looking for me. You cannot escape the Empire. No matter what you do. I guess if a dangerous, ruthless, scary human decided to come with you, you'd be fine, wouldn't you? Yes. I'm sure I would be. This is unbelievable. I'm deciding to elope to space with an alien who I've only known for a few days. A dangerous alien with a ship, and weapons, and very sharp claws. But who also likes the smell of chamomile and mint. Who comforts me with my mind. When my mind goes haywire, he finds it cute when I laugh. I'm mean, I'm pathetic, and taking care of plants is my only quality. But the Wakeson wants me to be with her. I'll be the most dangerous, nicest, best human I can be. But I just got an achievement. I just got an achievement called sorry. The first achievement was tea time? Dot dot question mark. Calm down and drink some tea with an alien. The achievement I just got was tea time. Calm down and drink tea with an alien. Epilogue. Aww, this is cute. The end. Ah, that was adorable. That was an adorable little story. So cute. Very important. Really good. Good Yuri. So lovely Yuri. What's the about section gonna be about? This program contains free this is just licensing things. Yeah, that was cute. That was cute. What a good little small Yuri. And there's an art book. If you want to see more of this, more art from this game, there's an art book that has very cool. The art book that is very cool. It has concept art and funny comics. You get the art book. Using the link I pinned in the description. It's in the DLC for the game, the lovely game. It's a good game. There are funny comics in the art book, so if you want to go read those funny comics, you should go check it out. Check out the art book. It is like only something more expensive than the game, just like by a few dollars, by like $1 actually, probably. Actually, it's about the same. Actually, it's the same price as the base game, discount on Steam. Which is like, the game is actually extremely cheap. It's like a few dollars. So like, go for it. It's like $5 or something, right? It's like $5, $5 USD. $5 for art book and $5 for the game. $10. Amazing. $10 is a fucking steal. $10 for art book and lovely game. You should go do it. You should go check it out. You should go check that shit out. Now I'm gonna go BRB as I switch games. Because we're gonna play some more of the Vampire Yuri, Cages of Roses that we started last week. So I'm gonna go be right back while I do set that up real quick. I'm back. Sorry for the delay. Had to go do something while I went to change the category and everything came out. But we are back with some more Cage of Roses, Vampire Yuri Hours. Vampire Yuri returns. We're probably toxic, I'm not sure yet, but yeah, back more Ebihime. See about Cage of Roses. Let's see. Anyway, sorry, got distracted for a minute there. We're back with some more Rage of Roses. Cage of Roses by Ebihime, the Vampire Yuri. And yeah, I'm excited for that. Let's see what's up. Last time was 2 weeks ago. We're about to be killed by we got what's the word? Sabotage, no, what's the word? Ambushed by some rogues and thieves. And our carriage got ambushed, and sadly our father has passed, and our mother has passed, and we left alone with our scullery maid, our lovely maid. But we are captured and saved by the bandits by this very attractive vampire lady. We are thrown in a cage. In a dungeon. Not a cage, a dungeon. Anyways, sorry. We managed to negotiate and talk our way into letting the lovely vampire release our maid. And now we are no longer stopping quite. We're no longer in the dungeon. We are led to a room, a lovely little room that will be ours. While we do whatever it is that she wants us to do. Magdalena is the vampire. And I need to remember what voice I gave her last time, because I forgot. Do you have a tongue in your head? Sure, let's go with that voice. You have a tongue in your head. That's not the game. Not typed in the game like an idiot. There we go. Magdalena needed my K. No, sorry. Magdalena need my K. My K. Where you have to speak. Don't tell me you've come over all shy. I brought you to this room solely so that you might sleep. I have no wicked design on your innocence, regardless of how pretty you are. I only want your blood, not your body. I beg your pardon? Mikey blinked at Magdalena, uncomprehending. What designs are you speaking of? What designs are you speaking of? You cannot tell? I'm sure I have no idea. None whatsoever? None at all. I'm wholly ignorant to such affairs. Goodness me! Marketing then rolled her eyes upwards, the ceiling, which seemed to sigh beneath its own weight. I can't tell whether you're being dense on purpose or whether you really are that innocent. Did your mother never teach you that what men and women do in chambers such as this? My mother did not. No. She thought such topics beneath her. That was my governess's job, although. I don't think that I could care. As I don't think that I would care to do much of anything in a chamber like this one. It smells like the grave. Tut tut. You're being rather rude about your home, you know. About my home, you know. Here I am, trying to be a good hostess, and you throw your my kindness back in my face. I know you don't like your home much either. You told me. Touche. I did try to pick out one of the pleasanter rooms for you, but there are so very many of them. It's difficult to keep abreast. To keep abreast of them all. Keep abreast. Abreast is a new phrase I think I've ever heard before. Keep abreast. My lips are fucking dry and, you know, struggling. And that's I smear shit on my lips. Smear lots on my lips. To undry them. Thank you very much, possum.
I was just thinking that you look like the sort of person who
And
would
hydrate,
enjoy
thank you,
one of
thank
our
you.
fairy kiss chillers.
Alright. I did try to pick up one of the more pleasant rooms for you. There are so many of them. It's difficult to keep abreast of them all. I rarely have visitors over, and when I do, they all get thrown into the dungeon. There seems little point, therefore, in keeping these rooms spick and span. I hope you can forgive all the dust and the general disuse. Oh, I've more to take issue than that. Yes, I suppose you do. You must have quite the bone to pick with me. Maybe I do. But not right now. I'm too tired. Yes, you do look it. Your face is frightfully pale. I think a good night's sleep is what the doctor ordered. Provided you're able to rest, that is. I'm distracted by my friends again. My friends are once again distracting the fuck out of me. I think it's a good night's sleep is what the doctor ordered. Provided you're able to rest, that is. That would be nice, but... Maike let her fingers trail along the broad... the brocaded cover of the bed. Very much and pensive. What did you mean earlier when you said you no design on my innocence? Dear me, I thought you were joking. But I can see that you're in no fit state for it. I don't tell jokes. I literally laugh about. And you have even less to laugh about right now. You poor dear. Magdalena cleared her throat. I meant only to say that I would not do unto you as a man might, regardless of our surroundings. I have no nefarious intentions, of that you could be assured. Maike thought of her governess's explanation of sex, and of what his expectations come with their wedding night, and flushed. Its sudden flush of blood beneath her cheeks enticed Magdalena in any way. She did not show it, though her fingers did twitch their tight, restrictive gloves. I don't understand. I know what men and women do behind closed doors, but how could two women set about something similar? It's not possible. You think so? I know so. My governess explained everything to me in great detail. When one wishes to make a baby, well, two women cannot do that. There'd be no sense to it. And you think people ought to do things only because they make sense? That is quite narrow-minded. But people are often uneducated in such affairs, both in my time and your own. In some ways, the world has changed a great deal. Yet in others... Well, never mind. I can see I'm only confusing you. You're so very innocent. It hurts. Perhaps it is to be expected, though. Ladies ought not know such things. They are born and bred to be ignorant. What? Maike had not understood the full implications of Magdalena's previous lament, but she understood well enough. What do you mean by this? Why would you call me that? I already told you. I'm not a lady, I'm a lady. Henrik's faithful servant. Yes, you did say that. And that's true. She is the lady, not I. You did labour that point quite intensely. Yes. Back in the cell, you were so fervent about it that you almost had me fooled. At least you would have. If you weren't such a terrible actress. What? No, don't what me. It's quite tiresome. Did you think I'd fail to notice all your fancy turns of phrase? Your vocabulary, is that of a well-to-do young madam, not a maid, not even a lady's maid. You wear that sumptuous dress of yours easily, dirtied though it is, and your bearing is definitively regal. You can never hope to pass a common serving girl, not in a month of Sundays. I'm not stupid. Then, Mary sunk down on the bed, which creaked beneath her, as if in warning. Her palms were pressed to the mattress to support her weight, which all of a sudden felt excessive, and her heart was pounding like a drum. You knew where I was lying from the very beginning? Indeed, I did. It was very obvious. I can tell you have no practice in deceit, Meg A. You're much too sweet for it. If you knew I was lying, why did you agree to let Henny go? Her Geralt wouldn't lift a finger to aid Henny if she disappeared, but she will surely come look for me. Her Geralt, is that the name of your fiancé? Yes, it is. And you don't refer to him as by his Christian name? That is... I am... Dear me. You must have been very close to them. You mustn't be very close to that man. Why, you make him sound like a stranger. Do you truly wish to marry him? I hadn't any choice. My parents. Ah, yes. It was silly of me to ask. That is how it always goes, isn't it? What did your fiancé say? Does he know you well enough to try and rescue you? I think he might. Mary Kay swallowed, tasting dust on her tongue. He's an important businessman. He takes extra care over his investments. Or so I've heard. I imagine it would be the same for me too. I am a Von Essen, after all. There must be a lot of prestige in wedding me. So, that is how he regards as a profitable purchase. As a profitable purchase. I cannot say. After all, I hardly know him, and therefore cannot judge how he sees you. Does that sum it up? It is. Not entirely inaccurate, no. What a woeful state of affairs that is. It sounds like you would be wretched whether you were in my home or out of it. Particularly in the latter would entail being by this her Gerald's side. Perhaps decided you a favour by bringing you here. Make it not reply to this. She not want to give Magdalena satisfaction. Well, never mind that. Your fiancé can try to look for you. If he likes, I do not care. I doubt he would be able to best me. But you said you wished to avoid all that. Did I really? Yes, you did. That's why you proposed letting me go. Oh, yes. Good memory. It would seem that the core has eaten away at all your faculties. Not just yet, at least. And as for why I changed my mind, well, that needn't concern you. But this is about me. Surely it must concern me. Oh, there was no real reason behind it. It was nothing more than an act of whimsy on my behalf. If you truly want to know why I went along with your chicanery, then... Let us say that I felt touched when you offered to throw your life away for the sake of your maid. Few mistresses would be capable of such compassion. It was truly remarkable. I didn't want your efforts to be in vain, that's all. And you're prepared to put yourself in danger for that? I wouldn't be in any danger. I'm a vampire. I can shatter rib cages with a single touch. Or thereabout, at least. Now you really must get some sleep. It'd be much better for you than asking all these silly questions. But everything to change into. Hope I'm sleeping. I considered as much, and took the liberty of stocking these drawers with some of my own clothes before I fetched you. You should find that they fit more or less, and they're clean, which is more than could be said for the rest of your linens in this place. There are books on the shelves too, which you may read. And I drew up a basin of water for you to wash yourself in upon waking. You could find no better amenities in any inn. I do hope you have a pleasant night and sweet dreams. Magdalena smiled sadistically, sardonically, then dropped May-Kay under the curtsy. Just try not to breathe in through your nose if the smell bothers you. I don't want you to spend the night coughing. A fair lady such as you needs her sleep. Laugh at yourself. Magdalena straightened and then turned. She departed, and her long coat trailed against the age-spotted carpet, and shut the door behind her. May-Kay waited until she heard Magdalena's footsteps fade and then rose once more to her feet. She crossed the room, her legs trembling, and seized the doorknob between her fingers, but stubbornly refused to budge. The door was locked. Well, of course it is. What should I expect? Defeated, May-Kay returned to her bed. Wearily, from all that had happened, she collapsed upon it, her loose hair strewn in spirals across the sheets. May-Kay stared up at the ceiling, which was drenched in darkness, and softly muttered, "What are we going to do now?" May-Kay's questions upon, of course, fell upon deaf ears. There was nobody here. There was nobody to hear her. She was all alone. Hot, May-Kay tossed and turned uneasily at that night, in a bed which smelt of disuse and decay. The bed was more comfortable than the ceiling, the cell in which she had been held. It was almost as cold. Its thin sheets eaten away by old age and insects. At least the dungeon, which its sole wooden court and its solitary window was supposed to be inhospitable. This bedroom, meanwhile, was a different matter. It was richly furnished, but all of its decorations had since been ravaged by time, unrepentant advances. The man and woman who must have stayed in this room once, more than a century ago, would surely be dead by now. In that sense, the room felt akin to a crypt. Does that make that bed a sarcophagus? May-Kay a corpse? Magdalena had spared May-Kay's life for the present, but May-Kay doubted that she would be so fortunate in the future. Magdalena was not, May-Kay reminded herself, a human, but a vampire. She meant to suck May-Kay of her blood. If then she did, May-Kay would lose her life, just as this room's previous inhabitants surely had. Magdalena's home was so decrepit. It seemed unfathomable that life would flourish within its walls. It was not so very different, really, from the Von Essen mausoleum. The air didn't smell the same. It smelt of death. No matter how May-Kay tried, she could not get comfortable. All the while, as she tried to sleep, she heard the wind howling outside, creeping stealthily like black cloaked thieves through the cracks in the glass panes. May-Kay's bed was curled against the mattress. Anxiously, she shuddered. What was to become of her now? Achievement! Nether ended. Read the first act. Act 2. Dust and Decay. We were so close to finishing Act 1. Oh my god, we could have just finished Act 1 last time. I'm an idiot. Oh well, that's fine. May-Kay began to drift off into an uneasy slumber. Penny was busy, cutting her own way through the dense, swollen forest. Magdalena had been as good as her word, and she had indeed set Henny free. A concession that Henny hadn't expected from her. Monsters weren't known for their unadmittability, nor for their sincerity. Penny had believed, when Magdalena had dragged her bodily from that cold, hateful prison, that she would be put to death, torn apart, just like the bandit in the forest had been. Penny's heart had hammered in her chest with each step through those subterranean zones, and inwardly, as she had cursed Magdalena's name, she had thought it demanding that the vampire let her go, but common sense had told her any act of resistance would be in vain. Magdalena would not listen to her. Why would she, when Henny was but a human woman, and a short, doughty one with unpreposterous features besides? Henny had been prepared to die for May Kay's sake, but she hadn't wanted to die needlessly, or May Kay suffered still. Fear had dogged her, soon sewn beneath her skin like 1,000 needles. But in the end, Magdalena had surprised Henny. She had, after all, led Henny to the dark, dust-covered entrance. She had, after all, let Hetty through her large, dust-covered entrance hole and out the front door. Well, Magdalena had addressed Henny thus, one eyebrow raised as she pushed the door ajar. Are you going to leave like you silly, sentimental mistress wanted you to? Or would you prefer to stand there looking stupid? What? You knew that May Kay is my mistress all this time? Of course I did. Do you take me for a fool? I wasn't born yesterday. Deception isn't very hard to sniff out once one had been alive for as long as I. And your mistress, that's subterfuge. Will laugh, Mummy Paul. Oh, I thought the same myself. May Kay always loses when we play card games. She's awful at them, really, but... Goodness. If you already knew that May Kay was a mistress and I am the maid, why are you letting me go and yacht her? Well, why not? Agree with it, please. This is my home, and I am free to decide who I allow to stay here. It is. It is, yes, but... Enough. It is not your place to question my decision, human. You must remember to respect your elders and your betters. I've decided to let you go out of the goodness of my heart. I released you from your cell, and now I have even walked you to my front door. But still, you will not go? Do you like it here so very much? Please, don't tell me that you have a death wish. That would undermine all your poor mistress's ploys. If you truly loved her, you would not let her noble sacrifice go to waste, now would you? You... Eddie had gritted her teeth together as she regarded Magdalena, stung by her words. Magdalena was not so very tall nor so very imposing, but her supreme self-confidence was unsettling, as was the latent malice which lurked beneath her pristine smile. I unpinned this message. Realize that I don't need this message pinned anymore. Whoopsies. I unpinned the message now for the link for the game we played earlier. Lol. It's been 6 days on poke. And then yeah, we're good for now. Just for that one time we're good. Anyway, so back to gaming. In a second. We're good. Magdalena was not so very tall nor so very imposing, but her supreme self-confidence was unsettling, as was the latent malice which lurked beneath her pristine smile. Had Henny not seen what Magdalena was capable of in the woods, she would not have known to fear her. Henny had seen what Magdalena could do, however, and didn't settle her. The bandit's screams and their severed limbs would not leave her. Dots darted against her eyelids, just as their blood had been splashed red and streaking across the forest floor. And he had known that she would not fight that she could not fight against Magdalena, and neither could she argue with her. It had been abundantly plain. Much of the nose upon Annie's face, that she wanted and make her go. She had already made up her mind. All right then. I'll leave. Fucking how do you just? All right then, I'll leave. If that's what you're after. I won't forget you though, Magdalena. I won't forget that what you've done to me, or to Mikey K. I won't forget that you're still holding her captive. I'll come back. I swear it on my ma's life. I don't leave without my May K. Really now? That is quite the declaration. I suppose I shall look forward to seeing you again, Lady Henrik. It gets so lonely here. Living in this desolate old pile, and I do love entertaining guests. I will be sure to save a place for you at my tea table. Ensuring that you are able to make it out of the forest in one piece, of course. It is awfully dark out there. Look at all the fog. I don't much fancy your chances, but what do I know? You might be more durable than you look. Annie had not dignified this teasing retort with an answer. Instead, she turned, trying to assume as much dignity as she could, which, given her life spent serving the von Essen family, was more than one might have assumed, and marched off with her head held high. If her shoulders had trembled when she entered the forest, had not been too apparent. Now, free from Magdalena's clutches, Eddie continued to pick her way through the woods. And he thought of Magdalena and of May Kay, and how her poor mistress must have been faring as she trudged onwards. Her thoughts strayed, too, on occasion, to her own safety, and whether she would really, if she really would, be able to emerge from the woods unscathed. But whenever she began to doubt herself, she bit the inside of her cheek in self-rebuke. It was not, Hetty told herself, a case of if she would escape the woods, but when. He knew that if she succumbed either to wild animals or to the icy air, May Kay's fate would be sealed. May Kay was relying upon her, which meant she had to keep going. There was nothing else for it to keep putting one foot after the other, no matter how many times it took. Then he continued to walk, her dark eyes focused on the uneven path ahead. Focused on the uneven path ahead. It was very dark in the forest, and the moon did little to light her way. The trees were dense, the foliage vast. Only a few slivers of milky light could penetrate its bower. The wind blew cold and sharp, further teasing Henny's dark hair with disarray. Her dress, just stained and dirty from the night's extortion, fluttered out about her legs. Back then, Henny had thought only of escaping from the bandits. She had squeezed May Kay's hand tightly in her own. It had pulled her along as a child might, a beloved toy, careless of which direction they had been fleeing. And yet didn't know where they were going. She hadn't much cared either. She only wanted to save herself and her mistress too. And now, Annie walked at a more regular pace. Her limbs were too weary to run. By God, her legs felt like lead, but she felt the need to preserve her strength. The hours passed by in a blur, unbeknownst to Annie, with no timepiece as she walked. She ought to know where Augsburg was. Sorry about that. Or if she was even moving in the right direction. She could have been doubling back upon herself. For all she knew, it did not seem to matter very much. In a second, I get distracted by things again. Because why else would I get distracted by things? I always get distracted by things, it's fine. She did not know whether Penny was no stranger to physical labor, but she had been walking for such a long time her soles were beginning to blister. Each step induced new, exquisite agonies within her which made her gasp. Her bones seemed to scrape together, and a canter on the ankle burst, filling her shoe with pus. Canker. All the while the cold wind tugged at her hair, nipped her cheeks, whipped her skirts, right her thighs. And he heard, or thought she would hear, a faint howling in the distance, like that of stalking wolves. Agitation seized her. Agitation so great she could not quell it even by biting the inside of her cheek. Her mouth filled with blood, her tongue tingled with this coppery tang as she hurried on. She moved between the trees, fitfully, aware of howling, which no longer sounded as distant as it once did. It was growing louder and louder, rattling about inside her skull, like a stone, until... "Hello! Oh!" Henny exclaimed, surprised, as she burst through a copse of thickly packed trees and out into a mud patch. She had emerged at long last on one road, one of the many which wind through the tall trees of the forest. There, not so far away, she could see the source of the noise which had been heard. It was not a pack of hungry wolves after all, but a carriage drawn by two thin, hungry-looking horses. Hardly able to believe her luck, he dashed the carriage, then cried out beneath the coat breathlessly to the coachman seated upon it. "Wait, please wait. Will you not stop for me? I'm in dire need of help. I need to go to Augustburg immediately, before it's too late. It's very, very important, I swear. Good sir. My poor mistress's life is in danger. I am the only one who can save her. If you don't help me, I fear she might die." May-Kay felt disoriented, and she woke the following day in an unfamiliar bed which smelt of something spoiled. It took May-Kay a few moments to become fully cognizant of her surroundings. She had slept like the night prior, and her head ached, her eyes pulsing in their sockets with molten steel. Ayo hot nightgowns. Groggily, May-Kay pressed her heel to a palm of her thigh and rubbed them. Then she looked around in earnest, but soon found herself confused. The bedroom May-Kay found herself in was so unlike something she had seen before that she initially wondered whether she was still dreaming. She pinched the inside of her arm in the hopes that the room would shift like water, but remained immutable. She must have been awake then. The pain made this irrefutable, even if the chill which assailed her did not. May-Kay had a faint recollection of running through the forest last night. Her parents had been stabbed in their carriage, or so Henny had told her. but these memories remained a blur. Meike could not recall about its final moments, but she remembered waking in the dungeon, torn from their abode, governed by an unfamiliar woman. This woman, who would introduce herself as Magdalena, had claimed to be a vampire, and now Meike was her prisoner. The bedroom Meike found herself in seemed even more miserable in the daytime than it had last night, obscured by a veil of darkness. It was more dilapidated in the servants' quarters of Meike's home, and had most assuredly seen less use. Furniture, though luxurious, was scoffed. The carpet, threadbare, the basin upon the bedside, table covered in hair-lined books. Dust covered everything, every considerable surface. And spiders had made their home in the corners of the room. Their gossamer webs outstretched like grasping fingers. The air was so stagnant. Meike felt compelled to open one of the windows, but her attempts were in vain. The windows were locked, and she could find no key to aid her. Perturbed, Meike slumped down at the desk by the window and stared through the stained, smeared glass. Magdalena's garden sprawled out before her in a dense, twisting tangle. Perhaps there'd been flower beds in this garden once, neatly planted, and an apple orchard, and any number of arboreal delights, but age had spiked it all. Meike was no gardener, but could deduce at a glance that Magdalena's garden had been unloved for years. Beyond the walls of Magdalena's garden was the forest, all tall and imposing. All tall and imposing trees, not so dissimilar. The proud oak which guarded the Von Essens family mausoleum. Give me a second, I'll be right back, real quick. Go do something. I'm back. Sorry about that. I had to go turn the kettle on real quick. For fun. For fun. Kettle on for fun, yes. For fun. Reset the position, because I fucked up the position when I walked away. There's this. Is there any closed things I don't need open right now? Don't need this open. Wait a second. Quickly managing windows. So many things open. Jesus. Yes. Yeah, a minute. Oh god. Okay, alright, sorry. Beyond the walls of Madalena's garden is the forest. Old, tall, imposing tree, not sort of similar from the proud oak, which guarded the Vonus Essence family mausoleum. The trees emerged from the fog, their boughs raised towards the skies, strewn in darkly verdant leaves. There were so many trees that May-Kay couldn't see very far beyond them. Perhaps there wasn't much to see at all. Not here, other than nature. The rest of the world seemed very distant indeed. May-Kay herself might have been a figure from a fairy tale. A languishing maiden trapped inside a tower by a wicked witch, unable to escape. The sun hung above the treetops, splendid, half hidden by clouds. Its rays were weak, and did little to dispel the cold which pervaded inside May-Kay's bedroom. Oh, what's happening now? You're playing marbles again. You are, of course you are. Sorry. Looking out the window made May-Kay feel more trapped than lying in bed. In her own bed had. At least in her bed, she could imagine that somebody might come and rescue her. Seeing the dense trees which surrounded Magdalena's garden made her hopes feel hopelessly naive, however. Who would dare venture all the way into the woods in the hopes of finding her? Walter might send out a search party, but you would have no idea where to begin the search, and May-Kay wasn't certain she wanted Walter to find her either. She would languish inside Magdalena's home, wasting away at the flaking paint upon the walls until... Oh. May-Kay's dreary thoughts were soon interrupted but a discontent rumbling of her stomach. All of a sudden, she recalled that she had not eaten much the night prior, or drunk very much, for that matter. Her throat was parched. She seemed almost heartless to experience such base desires upon her parents' deaths, but Meikei's body used little propriety. What it cared for was its own immediate discomfort. Unfortunately, Meikei did not have to search for long to find means of... Fortunately, not to search for long to find means of alleviating her hunger pains. Somebody, Magdalena presumably, had left a tray for her beside on a bedside table, which bore a plate of scones, a teapot, and saucer. Making to discover that the teapot was still warm, a few indistinct ribbons of steam unspooling still on its spout. Magdalena would have entered her bedroom less than half an hour prior, when Meikei had been asleep. Let her breakfast down. Magdalena must have entered the bedroom, I read already. The scones, meanwhile, seemed plain, but they must be nutritious enough. Nutritious enough.
I was just thinking that you look like the sort of
for the
person who
hydrate,
would
Papa.
enjoy one of our fairy kiss chillers.
And stretch. Why I have another pink? Actually, I don't have. Why another pink? I do know I have another pink. I know why I have another pink, because my bitch went live. I keep playing with the fucking speaker that I cleaned earlier. I don't know why. I just keep. It's just lying there, on the tape, on top of my hard drive. I just keep playing with it. Probably because it was used to being. I'm used to being sticky for like 2 days ago. It just feels weird. I don't know why. I just stopped touching it, but I can't for some reason. Anyways, the scones meanwhile seemed plain, but they must have been nutritious enough. Meikei was surprised that Magdalena kept any food at all on her home. Given the curious nature of her diet, as a vampire, did she not supply only upon blood? Where had Magdalena procured these scones? Had she made them herself, for Meikei's sake? The thought of a vampiric host laboring in the kitchen, her sleeves rolled up like those of a common drudge, was an amusing one. It was almost enough to make Meikei smile. Almost. Wedged underneath the teapot was a note to make it extricated. She smoothed the note out, then examined it. The note was a perfunctory one, written on an elegant, swooping cursive. It said quite simply, "Yeah, I get your strength back. You'll need it." Nobody had signed the note, but Mary Kay assumed it was from her mysterious hostess. Mary Kay wondered whether the note would have been intended as a friendly gesture or a threat. Perhaps it was a mixture of both. Mary Kay unsure of how to feel about it. But suppose it was nice that Magdalena had gone to the effort to care for her. Tea and scones were better than bread and water. Magdalena might not be so bad after all. I just remembered that I need to fucking I just reminded that I need to fucking redo the redo the elastic on my bracelet because it's fucking dying. This elastic is fucking dying and should redo it eventually. Eventually. It's stretched out a bit too much. A little bit. It's a bit sad. It still works though, so maybe I just don't need to replace it, but I kinda want to sometimes. Sometimes. Magdalena might not be so bad after all. For a bloodthirsty vampire who met one day to murder her, Mary Kay brought the rim of her teacup to her lips and sipped the amber liquid within. She'd have expected it to taste astringent of sharp, tangy iron and of blood. But she soon found it quite a bit offensive. Maybe it's a mouse? Mary Kay took another sip of the tea and then another. Although she had meant to be cautious, what if the tea had been laced with something? Her thirst soon got the better of her. She drank the whole cup in half a minute. Setting the cup back down on the saucer, Mary Kay then turned her attention upon the scones. She ate delicately, taking care not to drop any crumbs upon her lap or the floor, though why did it matter, really, when the carpet beneath her was so worn? The carpet. We're in the house like a carpet. 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 A few crumbs will hardly spoil this bedroom more than time already had. In fact, they might serve to make the room more homely. But then again, perhaps not. It would have been a tall order to breathe even a modicum of life into this room. Mary Kay doubted even Dr. Frankenstein himself would have managed such a feat, despite the cadavers he had stitched together and raised from the dead. Mary Kay was so cold even with the tea on her tongue. She was starting to feel distinctively cadaverous herself. She finished her breakfast, then looked around her room once more, unsettled. Surely she could not stay there, motionless, waiting for Magdalene to stop by and slaughter her. Surely not. There must be something she could do to escape her predicament. Magdalena rose to her feet, buoyed by a sudden nervous energy, and pattered, barefoot, over to the door. She grasped the door handle, tried to turn it, but in vain. The door was locked, and it stubbornly refused to shift. May Kay had expected so much and wasn't particularly surprised. Slipping out through the door would have been too easy. Next, May Kay turned to the window, but her hopes of escaping via the window had already been dashed. May Kay knew already the window was locked, and even if she had been able to open it, it would be too high for her to escape from. May Kay stood by the desk and peered, her eyes narrowed through the dark glass. Magdalena's garden seemed very long way down, blanketed through, though it was by the fog. May Kay didn't much fancy the thought of smashing the glass, and she fancied even less the thought of jumping to her almost inevitable doom. Even if she didn't break her spine, it seemed like she would break an arm or a leg, or both. It did not seem like escape was an option, though she had, of course, known that already. Magdalena would not have been that careless. May Kay sighed, defeated, and took a seat once more upon the bed. It groaned beneath her, as though in pain, sounding rather like it wanted to be put out in its misery. May Kay could hardly blame it, given how very old it must have been. She felt distinctly miserable herself, though there was one silver lining, she supposed, to her captivity. At least Henny was all right. May Kay hoped she was all right, at least. If she was not, then... But May Kay would not allow herself to finish this thought. Henny had to be alright. She simply had to. Hit the microphone again, very sorry about that. With my headphones. Otherwise, May Kay's sacrifice would not have been for nothing. Feeling the need now to distract herself, May Kay rose, then shut the nightgown Magdalena had given her. She changed, not her old, dirty dress from the day prior, but into one of the new, clean gowns Magdalena had already left her chest of drawers, all neatly pressed frills, which smelt only faintly of mould. Now newly outfitted, May Kay paced the room, wondering what she could do. Hot. Pretty clothes. Look at the women. Women in suit. Women in formal attire. For a time. While living with her parents, May Kay's mother had often instructed her to work on her embroidery hoops. Lady Von Essen had thought sewing a suitable pastime for a young woman, that of playing the piano. May Kay's mother had always thought music too passionate to be appropriate, however, and in any case, May Kay had never been very good at the piano. She had never been very good at embroidery either. May Kay had sewn cornflowers and magpies until her fingers had threatened to fall off, until she had so thoroughly She had become so thoroughly sick of these three repetitive patterns, and had felt like hurling her hateful embroidery hoop clean through the window. May Kay considered herself fortunate indeed that Magdalena hadn't left an embroidery hoop upon her breakfast tray for her. Imagine that. Magdalena might have been a vampire, but at least she wasn't that cruel. May Kay had stitched enough hateful curlicues to last a lifetime. Though there was no poop, and thankful for that, there were books. The shelves in May Kay's new bedroom were full of them, old and dusty, which the worn spines and crinkled pages, not quite readable. May Kay perused those spines with wide, curious eyes. A child, unfamiliar gown brushed against the unfamiliar floor. Magdalena had told her last night that she might help herself to any of the books upon her shelves, but there were so many of them, it was hard to know which to start, and where to start. As there was nothing else for her to do, save sit and worry, May Kay decided the time would be better occupied reading. She reached out for a promising book among Magdalena's collection, The Monk by Lewis. She settled herself down upon her bed, among the thin covers, then opened the yellowing pages of the old tome. The pages within the leather-bound book crackled like autumn leaves, and May Kay had to handle it carefully, lest she tore them. All the wonderful things were still there, however, unblemished by the pastimes. May Kay shifted, attempting to get comfortable as she could in its so unfamiliar environment, and began to read. May Kay spent the rest of the day on a bed, poring through the pages of Lewis's The Monk. It was a very gripping story full of lust, murder, and intrigue, featuring a monk so debauched she took May Kay's mind off her immediate concerns. May Kay tore through the text, both delighted and disturbed by the twists and turns of the scenario, the scenes near the end, which, a caught in a dingy dungeon, reminded May Kay a touch too much of her plight to be fully immersive. May Kay skimmed the pages which detailed the Virgin Agnes's suffering, and soon reached the conclusion, wherein the twisted monk, Ambrosia, was tortured for his crimes. As May Kay read, the sun began to sink. Outside, shadows stretched along her bedroom floor, bidding her to light the candle which rested upon her bedside table. The light was feeble, but it was enough to read by. May Kay continued to scan the page of the text, holding the book close to her nose so as to devour it. So enraptured was by Ambrogia's suffering that Do not hear the sound of a key turning in her bedroom door. Do not hear the sound of the door creaking open, however. A low, guttural sound which split the silence like a moan. May-Kay raised her head, disoriented, once more to find herself in Magdalena's home in the dingy bedroom, which Magdalena had prepared for her. Her hostess stood in the doorway, shockingly fair and white in the gloaming reading. Her hostess stood in the doorway, shockingly fair and white in the gloaming turned, perhaps, to make good on her initial promises. Did she mean to kill May-Kay at last? May-Kay had but a scant 10 pages left to read of Ambrosia's ill-fated adventures, yet she feared she would not see how this life would end. Her own existence would come to a close before that of the vile monk. May-Kay supposed she could slip past Magdalena to make hasty retreat, but no. She had dawdled for too long. Magdalena had already locked the door behind her, and now surveyed May-Kay with a detached sort of amusement. Good evening. Good evening to you. I feel like it's been a while since I last saw you. Did you enjoy the breakfast I brought to you? Oh yes, thank you for your kindness. I didn't expect you to be so considerate. You believe that I wouldn't let you starve? You believe I would let you starve? Magdalena tittered, her red eyes sharp and knowing. Please, I'm not that cruel. I'd even brought more food for you. Look at it. Look, it's been a while since breakfast, and I thought you might be hungry. And then Magdalena had mentioned it. May-Kay could see in her hands she had another tray, much like the one she had bought earlier. This tray was laden with another teapot and teacup, and a plate full of a plate upon which sat a meat pie, still steaming, and some vegetables. The food smelled surprisingly delicious in the derelict air of May-Kay's bedroom, and May-Kay had almost embarrassed herself by how hungry she was. Why? She was almost starving. Salivating, even. Even better. Magdalena loped over to May-Kay, the tray in hand, and then inclined her head to the bedside table. Would you mind moving that? I can't set the tray down otherwise. Oh, right, sorry. I'm sorry. May-Kay moved the breakfast tray out of it. May-Kay moved the breakfast tray onto her lap, which Magdalena curtsied, playing one more at being the maid. Much obliged, young maiden. I'll take that away soon. But first, Magdalena unburdened herself of the dinner tray and observed May-Kay, one head resting upon her hip. Are you alright? That seems a bit odd sort of question, don't you think? Do you believe anybody would be alright? Were they in my shoes? I hope you aren't wearing any shoes, not in bed. They were filthy when you arrived here, and quite caked in dirt. I didn't mean it literally. I know. I was just teasing. I wish you wouldn't. Why? Are you afraid you might grow to appreciate my little spats? Hardly. I fail to see the need to converse with my captor, that's all. How fiery you are. I'd almost forgotten you. You look so very worn, you know. And weary, too. And the bags with your eyes are terrifying. They're almost black. Did you not get much sleep last night? I tried. I failed. I take it you had a lot on your mind? Yes, indeed. Not that this should come as a surprise. Were you thinking about your own fate? That's the fate of my parents. And you too. You're still fussing about that silly maid of yours. I've no idea why you care so much. It's most unusual. None of the ladies I knew growing up were half so besotted with the servants. They treated them more like livestock than people. Henny is more than a maid to me. She's your friend? Yes. You said. How touching. Now, why don't you eat something? You must be hungry. I am, yes. But where did this food come from? You would have no need to eat of it, surely. Oh, I have my ways. Magdalena smiled knowingly. There are merchants who sometimes travel across these woods, and quite fortuitously, I happened to pass one by when I was for a walk in the early hours this morning. This food I procured from them. Did you not buy it? I do not need to. I could be the very persuasive when I wish to be. It's one of the many perks of being a member of the noble undead. What? Did you... You do not tell me. Do not tell me that you... slaughtered them? Oh no. I don't kill indiscriminately. I'm not a brute, no matter what you might think of me. And my hunger has already been satiated, the present, by last night's feast. I use nothing so nefarious as my powers of flattery. That is the coughing. It's so hard, you know, to bend men to your will. Not when you smile at them and you remember to bat your eyelashes. I've had him bare enough to food to keep you going for a few days in a knapsack, plus some eggs and flour and basic amenities. Then bade him a fond farewell. You should recall a meeting as little more than a dream. Does that satisfy your curiosity? For the moment, I suppose. Good. You have such a lot of questions. You have such a lot of questions, May-Kay. Not very much. It's nice to meet a woman of so inquisitive. Now, do eat up. I'm sure that your dear Henny would not want you starving yourself. Make it not much like the thought of eating in front of Magdalena, which is supposed to capture her at once. In a second, I am using real quick. Make it not make like thought of eating in front of Magdalena. I really like that. We're distracted by existence again. Confusing thing. Look at that. It was foolish to go without sustenance, especially when it smells so tantalizing. Make her set a dinner tray upon her lap, then began to eat. She dug into the meat pie with a knife and fork, which was darkly tarnished. Make her fear that the cutlery would somehow contaminate her food. Make her fear that the cutlery but she was too hungry to fret overly long about this possibility. Make her popped a piece of meat pie into her mouth and chewed, and as she did, Magdalena watched. Magdalena's red eyes were wide, as though she was observing something very interesting. An exotic animal in a cage, perhaps. Or a reaction between two volatile chemicals. They could not think the act of eating was so very special, but it must have been different to Magdalena. I keep saying Magdalene as if it's her name. It's not. It's Magdalena. Don't know why. Anyways, as a vampire, Magdalena had no need to partake in meat pies, vegetables, but was that why the simple act of eating enticed her so? As May Kay ate horribly, self-considerate, but Magdalena stared. What if she were to drop food in her front? The vampire began to talk. It's been a long time since I was able to observe one of your kind going about your day-to-day life. On the rare occasions I am able to witness you, you're always in pain, screaming and crying and begging for your lives. The occasions I'm able to witness you, you are always in pain, screaming and crying and begging for your lives. That is rather entertaining in its own right, but sometimes I forget you are more than just grey. We have thoughts of your own, but they aren't being disturbed by physical discomfort. You have thoughts of your own, but you aren't being disturbed by physical discomforts. One second. You eat food, you read books, and your friends. Dreams, too. It's hard to leave it now. But once I was always so different to you. That was a very, very long time ago, though. Mary Kay detected, while sipping a tea, a note of longing in Magdalene's voice. Her hostess's expression was inscrutable, but her ruby eyes were soft and pale. The pale lashes that framed them trembling as though from the force of her own emotions. Had Mary Kay not been afraid of Magdalena, nor to sympathize with her. Mary Kay had not been afraid of Mary Kay. He might have sympathized with her. For a few brief moments, Magdalena appeared. For all the years she had lived and all the hurt she had caused, to be a young girl, younger even than Mary Kay herself. Not for the first time. Mary Kay wondered how old Magdalena had been when she had been turned. Her face was so soft, so devoid of blemishes, she could not yet have been in her 20s. She wouldn't have been 18 or 19 for all. If that. It seemed a woefully young age of the consigned an undying eternal life of blood-sucking, which might make cave. Aren't you going to bite me yet? You said that you would. No. Magdalena blinked, and when she did, the sentimentality which had once pooled in her irises dissipated. Newly amused, the young woman smiled and said, "You said that yesterday, too, after I brought you to this chamber." Are you that desperate, rooted geranium blind? No, I'm not. Of course I don't want you to drain my blood. I'd rather you didn't, but if you should do it anyway, I fail to see why you should drag things out for so long. Unless you want to make me squirm. Making you squirm does not sound like too awful to a position, really. You are quite charming when you are sitting, even when you're eating. Few women can pull that off, you know. But you manage it. You eat with such small, considerate bites, like a fairy. I imagine you would be lovely still when squirming. Particularly, your face is as red as it is now. Now, even. Magdalena leaned in, grinning wickedly, her sharp incisors on proud display, and curled her fingers beneath Maykay's chin. Their faces were now scant centimeters apart, their noses almost brushing. In a second. Maykay was suddenly abashed and aware of her breathing, which must have smelled of meat and pastry. Self-conscious, her face burned brighter still, like a furnace, as though to entice Magdalena. Her heart hammered so very hard. She could feel it at the base of her throat, inside her skull. Could Magdalena's hear it too? Why did she feel so unnerved? If she had been only afraid, that would have been understandable. But the sensation which curdled in the pit of Maykay's stomach seemed comprised of more than that. Her brow began to sweat, as did her palms. Her knees became weak, her arms heavy, tremendous as a leaf. She found she could not meet Magdalena's gaze. Yes, you are lovely. Magdalena spoke, her voice of praise, as she tipped Maykay's head back. Her eyes roved not over Maykay's face, but the slender column of her neck, and the delicate blue vein which crisscrossed it. I would have no compunction compunctions, but sinking my teeth into the throat of yours. Your skin is so very warm. It is as though you are trying to entice me. You look utterly delectable. But I will abstain for now. You are so very loving. You are so very loving. It seemed like a waste. Almost. To drain you right now. I would prefer to savor your demise like a fine wine. There's little sense in being overly hasty. And in any event, I am not that desperate. I can abstain. I must. A muscle tightened Magdalene's jaw, and her eyes grew hard, just like two stones. I have managed for long enough as it is. I would not wish to have all my efforts undone. What? May blinked at Magdalena, her eyes uncomprehending. Will you not drink my blood, then? No, I won't. Not tonight. You may rest easy one night more, dear May. Your death is still a ways off. How far exactly? That depends. Upon? I don't know. My own mood and the movements of the moon. And how long you continue to entertain me, I suppose. I quite like the idea, you see, of having the woman in this castle I could speak to. Perhaps you can tell me about the books you have been reading. When next we meet, I would love to hear your opinions. Though, of course, this isn't a single book in this castle I have not read at least thrice over myself. There's much to do, really, but one has been dead for as long as I have. As soon as Magdalena retrieved the tray from the floor, later, to make his breakfast, things had straightened. Things had stopped being gay. Things had straightened. She cast one last almost longing look at May Kay, who shuddered beneath it, her cheeks blushing anew. The skin of an apple. Before, with what might have been a sigh or a sob, Magdalena turned. She unlocked the door with one hand, the key door into Matt in the candlelight, then exited, taking the tray with her. May Kay passed that night much as she had the previous one, namely, by lying abed in the nightgown Magdalena had bequeathed her, drying and failing to sleep. Thoughts of her parents continued to play along upon her mind, and her own fate, and more pressingly, even, than any of that of Henny. May Kay walked to believe that Henny, at least, had been able to escape. She wanted to believe that Henny would continue to live. She would go far from Magdalena's dreary home within the woods, and one day she would meet a nice man, and they would be married, and she would have children. Hetty would be happy. Boss May Kay would soon be reduced to pallid wizard corpse, drained of all its blood. That was such a fate, so different from the one she would be afforded if she were wed Walter. May Kay might be a name, perverse way, and better off as Magdalena's captive than she would Walter's bride. At least here in Magdalena's house, she had a bed to herself. It was an aged bed, yes, which creaked beneath her weight. But it was hers. There was one danger of Walter, or anybody else, for that matter, joining her. If May Kay was to die in this bed, then so be it. She'd welcome it. If Henny was all right, then she did not care what happened to herself. Her own life was, and always had been, unimportant. If May Kay slept poorly that night, then she was not the last one. Unbeknownst to May Kay, and it was finally finding it similarly hard to escape into the warm embrace of sleep. Eddie's day had been a busy one. Still, she was reeling from it all. Sitting upright on her own bed, and he found herself turning the events of her own day over in her head. In mind, even. Give me a second, I'm trying to find where I'm... Where the fuck is... the fucking thing for? I am fucking dumb. Oh, there it is, yeah. It goes away. There we go. Later. For me, it's due later, sorry. Grabbing something in the distance. In real life. For reasons, don't worry about it. Nothing important. Sitting upright in her own bed, he found himself turning the events of her own day over in her mind. In the very early hours of the morning, that Penny had finally made her way to Augsburg, transported there by the kindly merchant she had met during her meandering in the forest. He had thanked the merchant profusely for herself, and then set about looking for Walter Gurot's home. And he knew its location well, though she'd only been there twice before. It was a large, imposing building, one of the finest in the vicinity, which could have rivaled the Von Essen's home, but was more modern in construction. It was not the rest sort of home one could forget in a hurry. sun began to rise in increments as Henny walked through Osburg streets. It turned a marvelous shade of pinkish, red as red as Henny arrived at Walter Graham's doorstep. The sunrise was very beautiful, but Henny hadn't been afforded the time to gulp and stare. She had more important matters to attend to. Walter's maid had been beginning to stir when Henny set her knuckles in the door and rapped, anxious all the while that she would be taken for a beggar and turned away. And his clothes, once neatly pressed, had been endured quite a battering during a wandering in the woods. Her apron had been torn and freckled with dirt. The soles of her shoes were encrusted in the stuff. Henny's cheeks and hands had been marred with cuts, and her fingernails had been rendered opaque with mud. She looked so very grimy. She would not have been at all surprised if Walter's servant had combed the bands on her. Her appearance had not been one which would inspire confidence, nor invitations inside Walter's spacious drawing room. Henny had fretted that Walter's housekeeper might send her away in disgrace. Despite her fears, however, Henny refused to move. It had been too important that she speak to Walter, that she speak to somebody. She had known, as she stood there, that she needed somebody to listen to. Henny knocked and knocked, and her knuckles sore against the wood, until she had finally heard the sound of the oncoming footsteps. The door opened, and before Henny stood, Walter's housekeeper, a tall, austere woman called Gertrude Strodber, whom Henny had met twice before. Henny had recognized Gertrude and all her straight blonde hair, not brown, her housekeeper. She was unusually young, but it had taken Gertrude several moments longer to recognize Henny. She had appeared ready to slam the door in Henny's begrimed face, a vision one of revulsion, until Henny called out to her. "Oh, please don't be alarmed. I know it looks like not a beggar. It's me, Henrique, Lady Maycay's maid. I've come on her behalf to let you know there's been an accident, a horrible accident. I need to speak to your master at once. It's very important. Please, let me have a word with Herrn Granhard." His cries for her must have been effusive enough to thaw even Gertrude's icy exterior. The housekeeper's expressions had eventually softened. Gertrude promised in flipping tones that she would allow him to speak to her master, but not before she made herself presentable. "I don't care what it is you have. I guess you've been through. You might have been savaged by wolves in the woods for all I care. Whatever it is you have endured, I will not let you see my master like that. It would reflect poorly upon me as his housekeeper if I let all the riffraffs of the streets into his home. You need a bath first, at the very least." And we must do something about your clothes too. You look as though you've been dragged through the hedges backwards. He tried to impress upon Gertrude the importance of what it was she had to communicate. There were things more important than clothes, but Gertrude, being Gertrude, had none of it. Honestly unimpressed by Henny's pleas, Gertrude had made it clear that Henny would have a bath at least before she could be allowed within spitting distance of her master. This is a very privilege, you know. You're very privileged, you know. Hot water is a rare commodity. My own girls are not often afforded this luxury. You ought to be grateful. Henny was grateful, as she supposed, that Gertrude had allowed her into the Garot home at all. But she was less so at her insistence that her news could die until all the dirt had been scrubbed from between her fingers and toes. And he had known full well, while she bathed, that May Kay could have been languishing in a prison cell, or worse, being put to death. It had taken almost 2 hours before Gertrude had satisfied with Henny's appearance, at which point the sun had risen and the last vestige of the night had been swept away. Henny had not been permitted a chance to sleep through the night, save for the brief spell where she had unconscious in Magdalena's cell. Though neater after her bath, her skin washed free of filth, and her body shrouded in a clean uniform, identical to the one which Walter's observing drudged wore, he still felt exhausted in the point of delirium. Annie had been so tired she feared she would collapse before she was able to properly explain to Walter the dangers of her fiancé had found herself in. But he had known she had to try. Evil motherfucker. Look at this man. Disgusting human man. Ew, a man. Ew. It had been a little after 9 o'clock that Henny had permitted entry to Walter Gerard's study, wherein she had found the master of the manor, cleanly, shaven, and sipping a cup of tea. I'm sorry, William looking face. Fucking wild. Fucking hilarious. Walter had seemed surprised to see Penny, and regarded her initially with some confusion. Goodness me. I don't think that... I did not think then when Gertrude said I had a visitor, it would be you. It would be you. You're Fron Henrik, correct? My maker's maid? Eddie had not liked the way that Walter had said, my maid, the wedding had yet to be held, and now perhaps it never would be. But she had swallowed her distaste regardless. She had always been trying to make after all, and she would be happy, and she would be happy at her future wedding to Walter. Walter was a good man, Annie had taught her. A gentleman, despite his lonely origins, He had been born from nothing, and with a series of shrewd investments and built himself an empire. He gave from May-Kay, the possessive manner in which she spoke of her proved it, and he would surely rush to her side when she knew he was of her plight. That had been Henny's hope, at least, as she stood in Walter's study. Yes, that's right. Ergerald, I'm Henrik. I'm flattered that you... I'm... Master? Henrik, I'm flattered that a great master yourself, remembers a lowly man like me. But of course, I remember you. You have not been afforded the opportunity to speak. You're not the opportunity to speak, but you and my May-Kay are thick as thieves. One can scarcely be seen without the other. In that sense, you're very like a pair of conjoined twins. You could be a modern medical marvel, almost. Walter laughed at this, a sound which had seemed rather inappropriate to Henny, after she had endured so many horrors that night prior. Walter had not yet known, of course, about the bandits and the bloody violence had been wrought in Magdalena. But Henny thought she could at least have looked concerned that his fiancée, who had been supposed to visit him the day prior, was nowhere in evidence. Did he not care that May-Kay had vanished, seemingly into thin air? Perhaps he had consoled himself as all man of great importance. Import too, that nothing had gone wrong. That nothing could go wrong, given his vast riches. He must have reassured himself the night prior, and that May-Kay's carriage had been waylaid by some innocent purpose. Perhaps faulty whaler would need for new horses. He had not, after all, been worrying of May-Kay and her well-being. He did not care. Speaking of which, Walter had leant forward in his chair, his laughter ceasing to examine Penny with a newfound degree of thought. I do not see your twin with you right now. Is my lovely May-Kay not in your company? About that? Oh, don't tell me she fell sick on the journey here. That would be truly heartbreaking. I'd hate to think of my dear fiancé convalescing in some miserable inn on the roadside. No, that isn't quite it, you see. Then she is not sick? Where the devil is she then? Don't tell me she's having cold feet. Did she send you here, for Henrik, to break my heart in her stead? It seems unlike May-Kay, her being one of the fairest of her sex. But if her parents are having such thoughts... It's not either. Lady May-Kay got sick, but I'm afraid she might be... irreversibly so. We don't want to do nothing to save her. Oh, I regret it. It's awful, but it happens. It's hard to believe it. If you'd seen what I'd seen, you'd know what I knew, and then... Oh! It was horrible. It was simply horrible. Like something from Nightmare. It's horrible. Simply horrible. Like something from Nightmare. They were traveling in the woods, hardly a road, and the Von Essens and the Yamaika included. We were set upon by bandits. They stormed the carriage, and they demanded. I don't rightly remember, but they asked for all sorts. They asked for jails, and when we weren't enough, and when that weren't enough, they went after the gold. And then weren't enough, they took their bride and... By Jove! Walter's face, with this point, it turned very pale. Old traces of merriment, similar, dispersed. Did it harm my May Kay, did they? They meant to. Or to get out. But they haven't finished. They couldn't finish their job. They made short work of Lord and Lady Von Essen. And their coachman too. The poor bastard. They didn't even get their grubby hand on Lady May Kay. I thought that. I told you that. I took her hand during the hubbub and led her out into the woods. Ran and ran, ran and ran, ran. The bandits were fast and they gained on us. I feared all was lost, but then... Then what? Then what? Walter went closer still, almost driving his elbow into his half-drunk cup of Earl Grey as he did so. What happened, Frau Henrik? Surely you and May Kay must have survived, else you would not be standing by it now. Looking shaken, I admit, but in one piece. Please tell me my May Kay was all right. That is to say, Harry had thought nothing save talking to Walter Garrot over since fight from Magdalena's abode. But at this crucial moment, she had found herself quite at a loss. How could she tell Walter Garrot of Magdalena? It sounded ridiculous, the sort of tale which could exist only within the page of Penny Dreadfuls. Dracula, the well-known figure among the illiterate, the literati, who considered Gothic horror beneath them, but he had no place in polite society. One did not simply discuss vampires out in the open, in oak panels of studies such as Walter's, not to well-dressed, wealthy men who had made their fortunes in mundane affairs like the railways. They did not know Walter particularly well, but she could tell in his clothes and his demeanor that he fancied himself a stout rationalist. It had been immediately obvious that such a man would never hold with vampires. Then Henny, even Henny herself, been born to a superstitious mother who wore about her neck a lucky rabbit's foot, with scarcely credit which she had seen. It had been blatantly unbelievable. She would not have believed it, were she in Walter's position, but she had no choice but to, after all, she witnessed. She had seen those bandits torn to pieces before her eyes, She had seen the bandits torn to pieces before her eyes, Knocked their blood and heard their screams. They're dead. Their deaths had imprinted themselves upon her eyelids, like a tableau. She saw it and she blinked. Her thoughts stepped in crimson. Saw it when she blinked. Her thoughts steeped in crimson. How could she make Walter see what she had seen? How could she make him understand? Eddie had feared it would be a tall order, particularly given her limited vocabulary. Meg had always been better at describing things than she, but she had known she had to try. As there was nothing else for her. He had forced himself to swallow down her anxiety, yet had tasted, strangely enough, of cod liver oil. He began to miss it. She told Walter of the mysterious woman who had come to the resort rescue, who had provoked the skulls and pulverized the skulls and the spines of the pursuing bandits so the child might crumple crepe paper. She told him, awakening in the darkened cells, on the window of meeting Magdalena, and the ultimatum May-Kay had struck with her. Henny had relayed a good deal of information to Walter, and as she had seen him shifting. Walter had examined her, not for fear, as she had hoped, but something far harder to ascertain. Was it perplexity, perhaps? Or worse, pity? Eddie had known even before Walter spoke that it was a lost cause. Convincing Walter of May-Kay's plight had been her only task, and she had failed. She had not been able to sway him. He had not believed her. That is quite the tale, Frau Henrik.
No, it isn't a tale. It's true. I tell you every last word of it. Lady Henrika's been imprisoned by a vampire and...
If I don't act quickly, she will be drained of all blood and will soon die. He said it here. That'd be awful indeed. Were it true, but...
It is true! Lord, get off. I searched you my man's life. I couldn't tell you such a great pack of fibs. Not over something so important.
I could imagine you would, I love you, but I am aware of your loyalty to my May-Kay. To trust you with her life, or so I've gathered, more than she would trust me. She flinches away from all my caresses, but she isn't half so to her affections. Then surely,
you must be able to see that I'm being honest. This is a matter of life and death. My lady's very life is at stake.
that's too.
My lady's very life is at stake.
Yes, indeed. When you stand.
You sent out a search party then? Isn't it too late? Maker's life might still be spared if only you act.
I suppose I would. Be in your best interest to believe that, yes. Dum spiro spero. And all that.
Beg your pardon?
Oh, forgive me, my bad habits. It's Latin. Settle. I mean, it means when I breathe, I hope. If you survived your ordeal, Bro Henry, it would behoove you to cling to the belief that the young lady von Essen might still live, but alas. It seems unlikely, don't you think? After all, you have related.
No, how could not? What I said is nothing but the truth. You have to believe me. Thank you, Possum, for the stretch and hydrate.
And like I said, I do believe you, but the bandits at least. Unfortunate though that it truly is a bloody business. I'd accept, however, unwillingly that this did indeed come to pass. It is not inconceivable that Lord and Lady von Essen might met their demise thus. Vita in Serre mors Sachtisama. As for your talk of vampires, however, this is something I cannot accept. No sensible man could. What you have related would go down very well, I'm certain, in the company of writers, their careless, freckle thought. But it will hold no water with me. You must have hit your head, Count Henrique, while running from those bandits that have. Oh, your fear has undone you. Not that I blame you. You must have endured a good deal for a member of the fair sex. Why, even most men I fear wouldn't have gone to pieces, circumstances being what they are. Your thoughts have been added. Your delusions. Mordred's stress his word, his fingers steeped together upon his escritoire. But vampires are nothing more than a coping mechanism to soften the reality of the situation. AK2 step.
What? No! Argeralt, please!
Henry tried to appeal to Walter's sympathies, but in vain. One look at Walter's countenance, now closed off, had told Henry all she needed to know. Walter had thought her quite insane. I think a spell of bed rest would do some good. Oh, Henry. Though you are not one of my servants, I am not fine that I would cast you on the street. You have witnessed horrors I can only guess at, and I am very sorry for your loss. You may remain here, if you wish, for as long as you feel need to. Get some rest and do try to calm down. I will summon a physician to look over you, and meanwhile, see if anything is awry. I suppose I ought to summon the police once you have a chance to rest, so you might give them an account of what you witnessed in the woods. They will be very interested in the fates of Lord and Lady Von Essen. It may Katie. I would advise you against telling them all this malarkey about vampires. I fear they may be less understanding than I, and you may be held to an asylum for your troubles. I would not want you to be incarcerated for a headache. And I doubt my May Kay would want either. It is a miracle you were able to escape with your life. Do not waste it. Remember, O quam vita transit, gloria mundi. Now, you're dismissed. Gertrude will show you to your new lodging, as if you will be so kind.
Yes, good night.
Right away, sir. Gertrude. Gertrude had been standing in one corner of Walter's study, as unobstructed as a houseplant made to escort Henny to servants' quarters. And had cast her gaze upon back to Walter before she left, her brow furrowed. Walter had begun to sip once more his breakfast tea, as though he had not a care in the world. This sight of Walter drinking his tea as if there were any other Monday morning, and had filled Henny with a sudden urge to take the teapot upon its contents all over Walter's offices. Officious-looking face. But powerful though this urge was, Henny had abstained. What would that accomplish? It would not have May Kay. Making an enemy of Walter Geralt would only serve to render Henny homeless, cast out onto the streets, with nowhere else to turn. Begrudgingly, Henny followed Gertrude. The doors of the Walter study closing behind with a thud. And he spent the rest of the day convalescing in the bed, in the dingy servants' quarters. Walter was a man of his word, if nothing else, and he had summoned a physician later in the world to look Henny over. This physician gave Henny a brief examination, and declared that she was physically fit, but mentally exhausted. A day or two of bad rest would do good. She had something of a fever. She seemed distracted. The physician's reports had been so mild, and he could have laughed in his face. Was any wonder she seemed distracted? When, even now, her May Kay, not Walter's, was a Magdalena's thrall, languishing, in all likelihood, in a dungeon. And he wished to fly to May Kay's side, but could not. She was more exhausted than she had anticipated, and lying down made it more so. Dazed and disoriented, Henny had begun to drift in and out of slumber. Her dreams were broken, yet largely featured. May Kay, her eyes wide, lips parted, horrible scream. Henny had slept so much during that day, that when night fell, she found herself unable to sleep. Walter's scullery maids, upon arriving in their quarters, had regarded Henny with some surprise. They fell upon her with curious questions, all buzzing excitedly, like so many moths drawn to a bright, flickering flame.
Where are you from?
The girl was asked.
And when did you arrive here? And how long will you be here?
And he had been in no fit. And been no fit state to answer these queries. However, she was almost relieved when the sour-faced Gertrude came to scold her underlings for their rowdy misconduct. And do leave Frau Henrik alone. She has some trying series of days, by all accounts, and she needs to rest. That is what Herr Gert has decreed, and I will not have any of you naughty girls spoiling his orders. Now stop with your silly chatter. I doubt Frau Henrik would much wants to listen to you, and your friendly overtures are all in vain. She's not one of our servants. I doubt she will be staying much longer. Gertrude's stern address seemed to be the trick, for the maids kept a wide berth from Henny's throughout the night. They talked amongst themselves and played cards, and only occasionally did they glance to look at her, curious, no doubt, about these trying days Henny had endured. The maids had eventually begun to yawn, and at the 10 o'clock they took to their beds, snuffling snores and creaking bed frames soon filled the room. The 6 scullery maids and watchers employed all slept, but Henny found she could not. Restless and agitated, Henny now found herself standing by the window. Suddenly, feeling claustrophobic, she unlatched it, and then she let her arm rest upon the sill and looked out into the streets. The sky outside was black as pitch and scattered with stars, the moon round and full. The moonlight played against Henny's cheek, turning it paler than it already was. The cool breeze caressed her hair. One of the maids was up close to the window. Agnes, Henny thought her name was, stirred in her sleep, not stirred by the open window. Her eyes, however, did not flutter. Henny afforded the girl only a brief glance before returning her gaze once more to the night sky. Somewhere out there, sequestered away in the woods, was May-Kay. Henny was certain that May-Kay lived still, and that was surely, and that as surely as Henny was thinking of her friend, the friend was thinking of her.
Don't worry, May-Kay,
Henny murmured this under her breath.
So I'm not to wake.
Walter's scullery maids face turned to the cold.
I'm not forgotten, dear. I never will. I'll find a way to rescue you, with or without Gerard's help. You don't need him. Not when you have me. You know, I'm starting to think that you might have been right about him.
Here Henny allowed herself to smile. The situation was not at all funny.
He is worthy of them to you. I don't give a damn that he can speak Latin. There are many, many more qualities I'd rather have in a man. You deserve much better.
And that feels like a good place to end it for now. with Henny making it to Walter Garrett's home, and sadly, as expected, predictably, he didn't fucking believe her. Sadly, men cannot be trusted. Men cannot be trusted. You know, not any surprise to anyone, right? Men fucking suck. I'm joking. I only jest. Men suck. But yeah, thank you all for hanging out. Thank you all for enduring my silliness. Again, just gonna another reminder, another lovely reminder. If you're the game I played earlier today, at the very start of the stream, if you enjoyed, if you like the little Serre game, here's a store link for on Steam. Get it yourself. It's $5 USD. Actually, it's less than that. It's less than 5 actually right now, because it's on sale, because it's an introductory sale. If you like that, you can go grab that. Again, it is a lovely little story, little short read, nice little sit down, cup of tea, and drink up your tea and stuff. If you like the art style and the soundtrack, you can grab the OST. OST is available on Steam. And if you like the art style, you can get the art book, which has very cool art. That is very cool. Has concept art and funny comics. A very lovely indie game, published in 2017, and was released on Steam 5 days ago. And it's a lovely story. Again, OST, those two was nice. It was great. And so was the art style. It's very adorable. But also, don't forget that there is art book is great. Also, don't forget, guys. Let me go grab the thing real quick. Let me grab it real quick. Don't forget, guys. Once I can find where I put it again. There it is. Do not forget, everyone. The most important lesson in the world. I put that too big. Oopsies. Do not forget, guys. Your choices do not matter. The story will be the same always. Yippee! Don't forget. Your choices do not matter. Anyways, that is it. This is that is it for now. Let's see. We have the usual. We have the usual, of course. Oh, is there less people? Oh wait, what the fuck's happening? This does not look right. There we go. That's much better. I was like, okay. We're gonna say hi to our regular. We're gonna head to our regulars. What our regular? Which is Yuri. Playing more Void Stranger as usual. The lovely Yuri. Lovely pink-haired cat girl. Puzzling. Loves puzzles. And loves puzzles. She loves puzzles. But yeah, that is it for today. Have a lovely rest of your evening, guys. I'm gonna go have some dinner and relax a bit. And yeah, next stream is tomorrow. We are playing some more Misty Sakaya, Possum Rejoice, Misty Sakaya. But yeah, I'm enjoying Misty Sakaya. I'm enjoying this game as well. And again, hope to see you out tomorrow, 3 p.m. EST for some Misty Sakaya. Until then, have a lovely rest of your day, night, whatever. Bye. Your life choices do not matter.